amounts of oil and gas, the second largest reserves on earth after the United States of America. We're now totally independent of the Middle East, and yet we are there to help. We don't have to be there. We don't need their oil. We don't need anything they have, but we're there to help our allies. Tonight, I want to provide an update on the tremendous progress our warriors have made in Iran and discuss why Operation Epic Fury is necessary for the safety of America and the security of the free world.
Thank you.
From the very first day I announced my campaign for president in 2015, I have vowed that I would never allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon. This fanatical regime has been chanting death to America, death to Israel for 47 years. Their proxies were behind the murder of 241 Americans in the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut, the slaughter of hundreds of our service members with roadside bombs. They were involved in the attack on the USS Cole, and they carried out the countless other heinous acts, including the just horrible, bloody atrocities of October 7th in Israel, something that most people have never seen anything like it. This murderous regime also recently killed 45,000 of their own people who were protesting in Iran, 45,000 dead. For these terrorists to have nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat. The most violent and thuggish regime on earth would be free to carry out their campaigns of terror, coercion, conquest, and mass murder from behind a nuclear shield. I will never let that happen, and neither should any of our past presidents. This situation has been going on for 47 years and should have been handled long before I arrived in office. I did many things during my 2 terms in office to stop the quest for nuclear weapons by Iran first. And perhaps most importantly, I killed General Qasem Soleimani in my first term. He was an evil genius, brilliant person, a horrible human being, however, the father of the roadside bomb. And he lived just horrible what he did. Iran would have been perhaps in far better, stronger position. Had he lived, we would have had probably a different conversation tonight. But you know what? We'd still be winning and winning big. And then very importantly, I terminated Barack Hussein Obama's Iran nuclear deal, a disaster. Obama gave them $1.7 billion in cash, green cash. Took it out of banks from Virginia, D.C., and Maryland, all the cash they had. He flew it by airplanes in an attempt to buy their respect and loyalty, but it didn't work. They laughed at our president and went on with their mission to have a nuclear bomb. His Iran deal would have led to a colossal arsenal of massive nuclear weapons for Iran. And they would have had them years ago, and they would have used them. It would have been a different world. There would have been no Middle East and no Israel right now, in my opinion, the opinion of a lot of great experts. Had I not terminated that terrible deal, and I was so honored to do it. I was so proud to do it. It was so bad right from the beginning. Essentially, I did what no other president was willing to do. They made mistakes, and I am correcting them. My first preference was always the path of diplomacy, yet the regime continued their relentless quest for nuclear weapons and rejected every attempt at an agreement. For this reason, in June, I ordered a strike on Iran's key nuclear facilities, an Operation Midnight Hammer. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Those beautiful B-2 bombers performed magnificently. We totally obliterated those nuclear sites. The regime then sought to rebuild their nuclear program at a totally different location, making clear they had no intention of abandoning their pursuit of nuclear weapons. They were also rapidly building a vast stockpile of conventional ballistic missiles and would soon have had missiles that could reach the American homeland, Europe, and virtually any other place on Earth. Iran's strategy was so obvious. They wanted to produce as many missiles as possible, and they did, with the longest range possible, and they had some weapons that nobody believed they had. We just learned that out. We took them out. We took them all out so that no one would really dare stop them. And they raced for a nuclear bomb, a nuclear weapon like nobody's ever seen before. They were right at the doorstep. For years, everyone has said that Iran cannot have nuclear weapons. But in the end, those are just words if you're not willing to take action when the time comes. As I stated in my announcement of Operation Epic Fury, our objectives are very simple and clear. We are systematically dismantling the regime's ability to threaten America or project power outside of their borders. That means eliminating Iran's Navy, which is now absolutely destroyed, hurting their Air Force and their missile program at levels never seen before, and annihilating their defense industrial base. We've done all of it. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. Their missiles are just about used up or beaten. Taken together, these actions will cripple Iran military, crush their ability to support terrorist proxies, and deny them the ability to build a nuclear bomb. Our armed forces have been extraordinary. There's never been anything like it militarily. Everyone is talking about it, and tonight I'm pleased to say that these core strategic objectives are nearing completion. As we celebrate this progress, we think especially of the 13 American warriors who have laid down their lives in this fight to prevent our children from ever having to face a nuclear Iran. Twice this past month, I've traveled to Dover Air Force Base, and it's been something. I wanted to be with those heroes as they return to American soil, and I was with them and their families, their parents, their wives, their husbands. We salute them, and now we must honor them by completing the mission for which they gave their lives. And every single one of the people, their loved ones said, "Please, sir, please finish the job." Every one of them. And we are going to finish the job, and we're going to finish it very fast. We're getting very close. I want to thank our allies in the Middle East, Israel, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, Kuwait, and Bahrain. They've been great, and we will not let them get hurt or fail in any way, shape, or form. Many Americans have been concerned to see the recent rise in gasoline prices here at home. This short-term increase has been entirely the result of the Iranian regime launching deranged terror attacks against commercial oil tankers in neighboring countries that have nothing to do with the conflict. This is yet more proof that Iran can never be trusted with nuclear weapons. They will use them, and they will use them quickly. It would lead to decades of extortion, economic pain, and instability worse than we can ever imagine. The United States has never been better prepared economically to confront this threat. You all know that. We built the strongest economy in history. We're going through it right now, the strongest in history. In 1 year, we've taken a dead and crippled country. I hate to say that, but we were a dead and crippled country after the last administration and made it the hottest country anywhere in the world by far, with no inflation, record-setting investments coming into the United States, over $18 trillion, and the highest stock market ever, with 53 all-time record highs in just 1 year. It all positioned us to get rid of a cancer that has long simmered. It's known as the nuclear Iran, and they didn't know what was coming. They've never imagined it. Remember, because of our drill baby drill program, America has plenty of gas. We have so much gas. Under my leadership, we're #1 producer of oil and gas on the planet, without even discussing the millions of barrels that we're getting from Venezuela. Because of the Trump administration's policies, we produce more oil and gas than Saudi Arabia and Russia combined. Think of that, Saudi Arabia and Russia combined. And that number will soon be substantially higher than that. There's no country like us anywhere in the world, and We're in great shape for the future. The United States imports almost no oil through the Hormuz Strait and won't be taking any in the future. We don't need it. We haven't needed it, and we don't need it. We've beaten and completely decimated Iran. They are decimated, both militarily and economically and in every other way. And the countries of the world that do receive oil through the Hormuz Strait must take care of that passage. They must cherish it. They must grab it and cherish it. They can do it easily. We will be helpful, but they should take the lead in protecting the oil that they so desperately depend on. So to those countries that can't get fuel, many of which refuse to get involved in the decapitation of Iran, we had to do it ourselves. I have a suggestion. Number one, buy oil from the United States of America. We have plenty. We have so much. And number two, build up some delayed courage. Should have done it before. Should have done it with us, as we asked. Go to the Strait and just take it, protect it, use it for yourselves. Iran has been essentially decimated. The hard part is done, so it should be easy. And in any event, when this conflict is over, the Strait will open up naturally. It'll just open up naturally. They're going to want to be able to sell oil because that's all they have to try and rebuild. It will resume the flowing, and the gas prices will rapidly come back down. Stock prices will rapidly go back up. They haven't come down very much, frankly. They came down a little bit, but they've had some very good days over the last couple of days. We've done actually much better than I thought, but we had to take that little journey to Iran to get rid of this horrible threat. With our historic tax cuts, where people are just now talking about receiving larger refunds than they ever thought possible, they are getting so much more money than they thought. That's from the great, big, beautiful bill. Our economy is strong and improving by the day, and it will soon be roaring back like never before. It will top the levels that it was a month ago. I've made clear from the beginning of Operation Epic Fury that we will continue until our objectives are fully achieved. Thanks to the progress we've made, I can say tonight that we are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly. We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong. In the meantime, discussions are ongoing. Regime change was not our goal. We never said regime change, but regime change has occurred because of all of their original leaders' death. They're all dead. The new group is less radical and much more reasonable. Yet if during this period of time no deal is made, we have our eyes on key targets. If there is no deal, we are going to hit each and every one of their electric generating plants very hard and probably simultaneously. We have not hit their oil, even though that's the easiest target of all, because it would not give them even a small chance of survival or rebuilding. But we could hit it, and it would be gone, and there's not a thing they could do about it. They have no anti-aircraft equipment. Their radar is 100% annihilated. We are unstoppable as a military force. The nuclear sites that we obliterated with the B-2 bombers have been hit so hard that it would take months to get near the nuclear dust, and we have it under intense satellite surveillance and control. If we see them make a move, even a move for it, we'll hit them with missiles very hard again. We have all the cards, they have none. It's very important that we keep this conflict in perspective.
Unbelievable.
American involvement in World War I lasted 1 year, 7 months, and 5 days. World War II lasted for 3 years, 8 months, and 25 days. The Korean War lasted for 3 years, 1 month, and 2 days. The Vietnam War lasted for 19 years, 5 months, and 29 days. Iraq went on for 8 years, 8 months, and 28 days.
A lot longer.
We are in this military operation, so powerful, so brilliant, against one of the most powerful countries for
down here.
32 days.
A much bigger gain.
And the country has been eviscerated and essentially is really no longer a threat. They were the bully of the Middle East, but they're the bully no longer. This is a true investment in your children and your grandchildren's future. The whole world is watching, and they can't leave the power, strength, and brilliance. They just can't believe what they're seeing. They leave it to your imagination, but they can't believe what they're seeing. The brilliance of the United States military. Tonight, every American can look forward to a day when we are finally free from the wickedness of Iranian aggression and the specter of nuclear blackmail. Because of the actions we have taken, we are on the cusp of ending Iran's sinister threat to America and the world. And I'll tell you, the world is watching. And when we do, when it's all over, the United States will be safer, stronger, more prosperous, and greater than it has ever been before. May God bless the men and women of the United States Armed Forces, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much, and good night.
I was riding this through the night, and then I went to bed over in here, and I should have just stayed awake so that I could have grabbed the trade down here, because I ended up just barely tapping out while we were sleeping. Just barely. A wick tapped out the trade. I had a really good trade on, short trade, that it would still be in a short position if that tiny wick didn't get it. Man, I've been having a real battle this past couple weeks. Such a battle. My account has taken such a hit. How's it going with you today? Just gonna take this last trade off. I really want to have a few short positions up here that I want to hold, so I'm actually just gonna add one more back on, and then if it runs up, I'm gonna get into some more short positions at the news. But I just want to be holding shorts for the day. I wish I just didn't put. I mean, I followed my rules. I'm just so frustrated that I got stopped out there. Just barely. You can't. Oh. Can you hear me now? Hello? Check. Check, check. I think. Can you hear me now? Yeah, I was listening to the Trump speech. I'm watching my stop losses get smoked. Okay, you can hear me now. Was it on your end? Or did I do something that made it work? Okay, but it seems all good now? Huh. Okay, good. I'm not really sure why that sound thing was going on. I don't know why you're hearing the Trump. I did have that Trump speech on last night. I guess my computer was playing it. Apologize for that. So if this market runs up a little bit on the news, I'm going to just be a little bit more aggressive on the short side because of the sentiment from that speech last night. I think a lot of people in the world are feeling a lot more confident back in the US dollar again after the things that he said. So if we get a little bit of pushing upward into that news event in 8 minutes, I'm going to just be short on that and hopefully we can make a bit of money. Get back into the short position that I was trying to be in still. So how are you doing today? Did you end up trading through that uh, session last night with the president speaking? No trading through that? Oh my goodness. That's no good, Larry. I'm glad you caught yourself. Didn't hit your head. It's not a it's not a fun way to start the day. Glad you're all good. Did that wake you up pretty good then? Yeah. Okay, so I kind of want this news to run up so I can grab some short positions again and then try the short side again. Try and hold a few positions for the day. I don't know for sure if it's going to continue running down. Actually, let's have a quick measure. So now from the high of that news pivot on the day, high of the day and the news pivot, to the low, we have now run 95 pips. So it's a pretty strong day, but I don't think it's done. Oh man, I just can't believe that that wick took out my trade position. But the news might do it anyway, so. All right, just gonna pull up the news on my phone. Okay, so when I started out this morning, look at this. Let's go back to the internet scene. Look, it says unemployment claims is an orange folder. Does that say that on your Forex Factory? Because on my phone, it's a red folder, which is what it should be. I've just never seen this, putting unemployment claims as an orange folder. We've got 1 minute to the news. Very strange. I've not seen that before. Anyway, let's just go back to the chart. I'm just curious to see what if that's a red or an orange folder for you. $30. Grab one more short here. And then when it runs up, if it runs up, I'm gonna grab a bunch more on these lines. A bunch more. Five, four, three, two, one. 202K on the unemployment claims. It's good for the dollar. I'm gonna just add just a little. I think with the strength of the move from last night, the sentiment, we should keep moving down with a good news. It's quite a good news event right there. So I think we should continue down. So I'm going to go in a little bit, just a little bit heavier than I usually would. We can still handle a good leg against us, but I'm just going to use a little bit more size on what I'm seeing to be as a pretty good setup. So let me just get this trade history off. All right, we might see an M start to form in here. Kind of hope that's what we get. Like a double top type of thing. And if it runs up, we'll just grab more shorts. Okay, red folder. Did you see how mine said orange folder? Did you see that? It's so strange. If this triggers and turns into a double top, I think I'll show you how I'm going to add into it, but I'll add into the position. If it runs down, I'm going to secure those trade positions. Then in that first pullback, oh, here, let me just draw so you know what the plan is. If it decides that it's going to run down from here, something like that, the trigger is in here, should start to maybe not do that. So, but we'll see. This is just what I would do anyway. It's good to plan ahead. I would secure the positions in here somewhere. And then, so that whole position would be secured with a stop loss at break even. Then as the market pulls back up somewhere in here, I would add shorts back in hopes for a continuation back down, and then hopefully hold something like that. And yeah, I would get some more position zone in here. If that double top forms, which it's just hesitating right now. It's not giving us really a clue yet. It could still turn into a double top, or it could just fall apart. A few minutes, some time will tell. And so if this runs up, I'm going to have to wait a little bit because I've got a little bit more size on the bottom end of this position. So I can't just trade anywhere. I've got to let it run up a little ways before I add into the position. Good morning, good afternoon, Vin. Good to have you. How are you doing today? Man, I'm with you. I got smoked again last night during that Trump speech. Just smashed my stop losses. And so look at this account. I took another hit down again. I recouped some from it, but man, oh man, I'm having a really tough couple weeks. I just really need to have a good today, and a day tomorrow. Not letting trades run. Let those trades run. You got to make up for some of your losses, so just let them run. Don't do it out of greed. Just if you're in the right direction, just let them. Let them. I think this is another thing too: is understanding your price and your time cycles will help you to hold on to your runners. Let's do a couple measurements, and I'll show you why, because I want you to be able to have some to be able to hold on to those runners. Let's go to the 15-minute chart here for a second. Let's do some measuring. This is the 15-minute chart. So, that's my face is going to be in the way. Let's go over here. Okay. So from this pivot, let's actually go from here. From this pivot down to this pivot, we have 1, 2, 3 to 4 bars. So that's 45 minutes to an hour to run 22 pips. 45 minutes to an hour. And now let's measure back up. From pivot low up to the pivot high, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5 bars. So now we've got an hour to an hour 15 that it took to run 23 pips back up. Let's do it the other way. From that pivot down to here, we've got 2 bars. So that's about half an hour it took to run 20 pips. And then we're going to do it again from back up to here. This took 2 to 3 bars to run back up 16 pips. So that's another half an hour to 45 minutes. And then how about this one? 23 pips all the way down from there. And that was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bars, putting that at an hour and a half. So you can see that at least half an hour for most of these 20 pip runs. But some of them, you needed a full hour to get those runners. So when you start locking into a good position, understand that the timing should sometimes take you an hour, maybe even 2 hours, depending on the good position that you're in. On average, it's at least half an hour, but most of them are at an hour to ride those price cycles out. So if that can help you a little bit to understand that, it's run 10 pips pretty quick, like maybe I should just take my profits. Well, you should be probably somewhere in the lines of half an hour to an hour of running. And I mean, you can measure all of them. Like that was just the London session last night after a busy Tokyo session. But if you went and measured some of these like New York moves, like this move right here from pivot high down to pivot low was 30 pips, and that was 1, 2, 3, 4 bars. So it took a full hour to run its 30 pips in that case. Let's do it over on this one. This pivot high to this pivot low, that was 46 pips, and that took 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bars. So that's 2 hours to run its 45 pips. Yeah, more patience. Does that help at all? When you start to see those time cycles measured out, you can see on average that they really do consistently take their time. Half an hour to an hour, or sometimes 2 hours, depending on your setup. But measure those price and time cycles to help give you confidence in holding on to those runners. Yeah. Is yours showing in pips? Is that for me, Larry? Is my is that for my platform? Is mine showing in pips? I'm not quite sure what the question is. Okay, so when I'm measuring, like with the crosshairs, um, like when I'm measuring with the crosshairs, that 100 and okay, right now it's reading 171 points. That's 17 pips. And then so same down here, like when you're putting in your numbers. So I've got 500 points as 50 pips stop loss in there. And then over in the take profit, I've got 30 points, which equals 3 pips. Is that what you're looking for? Or am I not answering the right question? Oh, yeah, and we just need to have some good days here to make some gains back. That got your answer? Cool. Yeah, it's a little bit different from Alveo. Alveo, we were just so spoiled with how good it was. I love that it would have your daily percentage gains too at the bottom. Like that was just such a good help. I know there's people that have made tools inside of MetaTrader to help them get those things. I don't really know. I mean, I could probably go find them. I just don't. I just adapt to what the default software or the platform is. But I know that if you want to go find a tool, there's many people that have coded and made tools for MetaTrader 5. You may just have to like go and purchase somebody's tool that they've made. So if you go over to the tools section here, I think if you go MQL5 market, let's click that for a sec. The heck is this? This is not what I wanted. Oh, experts, indicators. Oh, why is it? It's not giving me. I've got the spinning wheel going on. The computer's reading, and I'm not sure what's going on. It did not like me clicking that. Okay, there we go. So that's all. Now, if we go to experts, indicators, here's an indicator system you can get for MT5. You can read all about it here. Indicator generates more than 11 filters, including fast and slow EMAs. So anyway, this is one of those things. You can even download a demo here where you can purchase it for $49 for a year. But this is one of those tools that you can get after purchase. Please contact me. So anyway, you can go do your reading and search on these indicators and in these tools, and you might be able to find something that you're looking for. ARI coins, like I don't know, I just don't do a lot of this stuff. So but if you want to give it a good read, and you might find something that you really like, and you can do a search. Like if we wanted to do maybe percentage gain, asymmetry of losses and profits. Oh, let's see what this is. Indicators. Most traders know their loss in percentage. Few know how much they need to gain to get back to break even. That's kind of interesting. This is mathematical asymmetry of markets. Losing 50% doesn't require plus 50% to recover it. It requires 100%. See, this is cool. The bigger the loss, the more disproportionate the recovery effort. Man, I need to review this because that will help us to stop losing. Because when you lose, it really takes like double the effort to get back. But anyway, this could be, let's say they've got this tool for $35. Looks like it's a lifetime. If you buy it, you get it for $35. Anyway, I'm not that familiar with this stuff. So I'll just close it for now, but you can go check that out. And remember the Hive meeting tonight. Yes, I've got that on my calendar. Thank you very much for reminding me. I'll be there tonight. Okay, I think we missed. Oh, it's not even really moving. Got pretty stuck in there. What is this consolidation? You got stuck in like a 3-pip little consolidation in there. So we didn't miss anything while we were talking about those indicators. Then I'm a little bit on the heavy side with this position. And I think it's because we've just had such a strong down push. I feel like we're gonna, when those bears come back in, at some point they will step back in. I think we're gonna get a pretty strong push back. And so I'm just a little bit heavier than I should be at the moment. It's not revengey, it's just a little heavier because I think we're in a really solid down push. And I usually adjust my sizing to the type of market that I'm in. So if it runs up, I can't just trade right away. I've got to let it skip a couple layers. I can't just trade all these layers. I got to let it run up a little and position myself a little bit later on up here because I'm a little bit heavy on the downside. I've got to like just let it skip a couple layers. And if I do that, that's fine. I can still wobble my way out of that position. If it runs up, it's still possible to fix that. So that's my view on that situation at the moment. Kind of just hoping for some more downward continuation. It'd be kind of nice if we just had a nice downtrend and we could just have an easy trend to trade, make some money back. What do you guys think about Trump's speech last night? What's the sentiment that you've got after the things that he was saying? How do you feel about the US dollar? Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think the move kind of lets us know that the world is feeling a little bit of encouragement for the dollar. His speech was I think it was pretty encouraging for the US dollar. And so we got a pretty strong response. And I personally don't feel like that's over yet. I think we should probably see some follow through on that today. So, Vin, did you trade the London session then, and then took some losses? Also, warning to NATO and EU: go and get your oil yourself. Yeah, just go get it, take it. It's sitting there. Go grab it. Just go grab it. Yeah, yeah, I'm with you there. Mm-hmm. All right, what is this thing gonna do? Just kind of stuck there. If I had 2 pip take profit, we could maybe accumulate a few pips out of this. So we've had this little attempt to break higher right in here. Right through there, we had that attempt to head up. And then it seems like we just got a rejection to that upside. It's a pretty good little cue for this to head back down, or at least have a leg back down. And Vin, I'm gonna let a few of these trades run, so we'll do it together a little bit here, because I feel pretty good that we're gonna have some more bears behind this move from last night. So I'm planning on riding that new energy, hopefully for the rest of the day. Like, that's my thoughts. I'm still gonna follow my rules, and like as my trade positions move in my favor, my rule is I have to secure them. And so I'll show you how I do that, hopefully with this position. Hopefully maybe shortly we can do it. And then you'll see how I lock in the profits. And then if the market continues in our favor, hopefully we can continue to secure more and more profits. Let's see if we can make it happen. I could use a good old run in favor, that's for sure. I can't believe the dents in my account these past, well, 2 weeks, really. Hitting my stop losses. Like last night, my confidence was just shot. I was like, this can't be happening. I grinded so hard yesterday with my trading, putting in lots of good work, putting a bunch of good money back into the account, and then just got smoked again last night. Nothing I could do about it. Just, I was super strong. I wish I was on the short side last night. But with the previous couple days of strength, euro strength, I figured that there'd be more upward movement on the euro dollar, but I was totally wrong and hit my stop losses. There's not much I could do about that. So let's just hope that we can stay on the right side of it for today and tomorrow. We might get some downtrend for maybe today and tomorrow. Maybe we can make some of that money back. So my rule, while I'm trying to hold positions like this, is this has got to come into favor, and then we have to have a candle come in, and its body and the wick all has to close down, and we need a candle up and back down. I need a pivot below here that I can put my stop loss behind. Oops, what's going on here? Oh man, I don't like drawing with this thing. I need to be able to have it run down, come back up, test, and continue down so that I can place my stop losses as a security, and it has to be behind a pivot on a candle. So I'll show you how that happens. So in this case, we just gotta wait. Just a waiting game right now. I could start taking some little profits, but I'm gonna play the slower, more patient game for now, and let's see if we can practice riding some of this trend. This is a pretty good spot to be in because we've pushed down a whole bunch. Then we've had this nice healthy pullback in the market. So this is a great spot to start shorting to ride it back down. So it's a good spot. I don't know why I'm a little bit congested this morning, but sorry about that. And so there's a really good chance that we'll make new lows today in our session. Make lows, and how would that look like? Well, back out to the 5-minute chart here for a sec. And we can put a trend line in. Take these pivot lows over here, and we'll go off of these over here, something like that. And that trend line will draw itself out down here somewhere. We can't really see it. Or maybe, can I lift the chart up? I don't know if I can. Can I move the chart? Oh, I can shrink the chart. So if we draw this trend line, something like this, off of this pivot, we could see this market coming down here somewhere. We definitely want to capitalize on that and look at taking some profits, either in here on these old lows or at new lows. Or hopefully we can just secure candle by candle behind this, and this can keep moving down. It'd be nice if it just kept running for the rest of the day. Obviously don't know what's going to happen, so we got to follow rules so that we're not forecasting and then depending on the market to do that. But I'll show you how we execute on those rules, or how I do it anyway. Okay, so now we've got that trend line back in place. You know what, let me just remove everything and make it more clean. Get rid of all this. Let's start over. So something like this is what we'd be looking at targeting. Another, so we've got this price cycle up right here, this leg from here to here. And that is approximately a 22 pip pullback. And it took, let's just go to the 1-minute chart and it'll tell us how many minutes when we measure it. So from pivot low to pivot high, that was 100 bars. So that was, well, an hour and a half approximately to go up. It's going to have a lot easier time going down now. So I'm actually just going to add one more in here. I'll leave that target on so that we can make a little bit of money while we're also holding a position. So that took an hour and a half to go up. We could expect it to, when the price cycle comes to the downside, it should be quicker, but we should be looking at holding for half an hour to an hour to find ourselves back down here somewhere. So let's see if that happens. So we're at 9 a.m., an hour into the New York Open. Let's see if at around 10 a.m. or an hour from now, if we're back into these areas somewhere. Let's see what happens and see if our price and time cycles are serving us any, doing us any favor. Or maybe for the next half an hour, it makes another price cycle up. That's also a possibility. So now we've got that leg. There's a chance that it's pulled back in on the up direction and we see like another cycle up. That would also be possible from here. Something like that. I don't think so, but what we could do is we could go and look at some of these other moves down. Like we could go and measure this move here to here. Oh, what on earth? Okay, let's try and put that back down there again. From that pivot to that pivot, I need to, I won't be able to grab it if I put that down there, so let's measure that. So that move there was 21, 22 pips, and it was over the course of 35 bars. 20 pips over 35 bars. So let's take this over here. And let's say we get another cycle, price cycle of 20 pips. It would take us back into these previous lows here if we were to get another 20 pip cycle. And here's about 35 bars. So right around here is a very high probability. So I'm going to mark that with this line, put this over here. And this over here, something like that. And if our measurements serve us well, there's a really good chance we'll find ourselves in this area over the next half an hour to hour, just measuring the price cycles from past. That's how we can get an idea of what might happen next. I'd imagine a little bit more quickly, so let's shorten the time just a little. Because we're in the New York session now, we've got a bunch of new traders, so they'll likely move it down quicker. So let's just say maybe that last one we measured was 35 minutes, right? Let me just measure that again. From here to here was 33 minutes. So now our price cycle over here from that pivot to here is 25 bars, 25 minutes. So that would be a pretty good estimate on our next down move. So let's see what happens. Yeah, these time and price cycles are the language that we need to understand. It is the market's language to us that we can read, and it creates order in what looks like chaos to a lot of people. It creates order and structure. Pretty slow start, actually, for this time. I think maybe once the market opens in 20 minutes, maybe we'll get a little bit more energy coming back. All right, there's a target hit, and we've still got our other position. We're just going to let it ride. All right, starting to make a move in our favor. That's good. So if we wanted, we could take some profits on some of those, but so here's why I'm going to hold right now. We just had, from here to here, we just had an hour of consolidation. So do you think that when it breaks this consolidation, it's going to make a pretty good leg? Yeah, it should make a pretty good one. So that's why we could take profits here, because it is at the bottom of consolidation, right? This may bounce up. I think that because we've consolidated for an hour, I think when this breaks, we'll have a pretty good leg. And I think that we'll see how these price cycles line up pretty good to get us down here somewhere. So I'm just going to hold. I might be wrong, but I'm willing to be wrong to line myself up with the averages and the price and time cycles that have been presented to us so far. So let's see if we're wrong. Got kind of like a wonky head and shoulders over here. I think that kind of counts, doesn't it? The shoulder like technically happened too fast. See the spacing between these shoulders? So when you get this, you've got that shoulder, which took 43 minutes to happen, and you've got this one, which took 12 minutes. So generally speaking, this, if it was a head and shoulders, this wouldn't be a strong setup. You want the time cycles to match. So if for a good, strong head and shoulders pattern, we would have a shoulder over here another 40 minutes later. But this is 1 minute chart, and like the pattern doesn't really matter too much right here, right now. It's just consolidation, and we should see a breakout. But if you wanted to trade a head and shoulders, this would be a lower probability pattern because this shoulder is coming up too quickly. We would want to see this shoulder 40 minutes later over here. And then that would create a higher probability shoulder over here, matching the other side. Something like that. Okay, let's have a look at the 5 minute chart, because I mostly base my stop losses. Okay, so we got a really nice strong 5 minute bar. Good strong close to the downside. So good indication that we'll see a breakout and a follow through. Also a good chance we'll see a little pullback here first before going down. Yeah, there's a good chance we'll see a little pullback here. Here it is, it's starting to happen. Something like that. Gonna just add one more position there with the target on. Two more. I mean, this might come all the way back up here and stay in consolidation as well. Maybe it'll actually build a shoulder over here. It might. Yeah, the 1 minute chart is just kind of, right now it's just a choppy mess. But we can keep those targets on and get a few pips too. Make a few pips while we're waiting for the next move. Actually, I think that that shoulder that was not, it was too early, is exactly why the market didn't follow through to break down, because it was like a little bit too early. Although on the 15-minute chart, it really, let's look at the 15-minute chart for a second. Oh, it's going to be a mess to look at now. Yeah, it's kind of hard to look at. All right, starting to see a turn back down. And if we can get a break of that candle, that's the apex candle. So that would be a 3-bar reversal. If we can get this bar to close below that point right there, that low in the candle. So we'll see how this bar closes. And the body closed back up. The wick happened below. So technically, I like to see the body close below the pivot low. So technically not really a 3-bar reversal until you get a body close below that pivot point. Okay, now we've got an official 3-bar reversal on the chart. So it's a good trigger for us to go short. And I already put a few shorts in, so we don't need to add to that. But it's a good signal for us. Well, that turned around pretty quickly. Back to the upside. All right, Ben. Good to have you this morning. Alrighty, see you next week. Have a really good weekend. Okay, now we've got that reversal coming back in our favor. We've got these lows now. We've got a couple of them right at the 1.152. 152 mark, pretty much right on. As a support point we got to get through. Looks like this pattern actually may come back over and try this end of the consolidation up here. And that would start to turn this into a pretty good pattern for head and shoulders. Maybe we'll get that. Wow, this has been a long period of consolidation. Coming back up to that shoulder point that I was talking about earlier. So I'm going to add just a little bit into that position as that pops up. Okay, gonna grab a little bit more right in here. And I'm gonna take those take profits off. That's exactly where I wanted it to hit within this pattern. See how it pulled back immediately? Yeah, it might not stay coming down, but that's a good signal at the moment. It's the benefit of pre-planning everything out. You already know what you're going to do when the market gets to the next spot. Okay, so this is stock market open. You can see that volatility entering into the market. See if we should probably see a leg up or down at this point over the next couple minutes. Could see an up cycle, another price cycle up. Then we can grab some more shorts. Or maybe we get the down cycle from here. If we got the down cycle from here, that would start to form that head and shoulders that I was talking about a little bit ago. There's that shoulder here, that head there, and here's that one, that shoulder. This one doesn't really count because it was too soon. So we'll see if we get that to form for us. See if it looks better on the 5-minute chart. Yeah, it actually looks much better on the 5-minute chart. I'm going to just add a little into this. Because that pattern's looking pretty good. Adding positions over time is definitely how you want to do it. If you want to, well, if you're not a one position person, then just slowly adding it over time is good. Because now we're starting to get some probability with the pattern, the shape that's coming in. We can just slowly add more into it. And this is what I do anyway, but I know that's all I'm doing is demonstrating the way I do it. If we just got that out of the way, then that pattern starts to look pretty good. The head and shoulders. And it wouldn't really actually trigger until we cross this red line. Would be the real trigger to the pattern. But you can start to get a little bit of an early entry on the 3-bar reversal here. So if we get that bar to close on the 5-minute chart, then we've got a 3-bar reversal. That starts to create even higher probability. It's starting to shape up. Okay, so we got 1 more minute left on that 5-minute bar. It's starting to head back down in favor. So it's starting to look good. And we'll see when this minute ends as to how that bar closes, and that will give us another indication of direction. So if the bar closes below this point right in here, then we've got an official 3-bar reversal in the 5-minute chart. Here we're coming into it at the end of the minute and a close, super strong close. That market or the bar closed right at the bottom of the end of the 5 minutes. So that now we've got a really good candle printed on the chart for a high probability trade setup now. So on the pop up, I'm going to just grab another little short there on any little pop up and just add into this position a little bit. So ideally, as we watch this 5-minute bar close, ideally it will close down into the break in the trigger of that head and shoulders, and then we'll secure the position behind this bar. Okay, popped up. I'm going to just grab another short there. Be careful not to add too much now. So let's just go back down to the 1-minute chart just for a sec. I'm just showing you how I operate this type of setup in line with the 5-minute chart, but just want to have a look, see what's going on down here. And we are making Good progress. Had another pop up. Engulfing candle coming back down, putting the pressure back down on the trigger line. And then if we can get that to close below the trigger, I'll then secure this whole position with a stop loss above the trigger line, above it. So if it closes down, it can have the opportunity to bounce back up and test the line without knocking us out of the trade. Because right now this is a really good setup. It's a really strong one. So that's why I'm a little heavier. Got a really good shape to the market, followed behind a lot of downward pressure. We've got this head and shoulders pattern on the 5-minute chart that is following all this downward pressure from last night. And so it is a really strong setup. This is what I would call an A+ setup. Okay, we've got a lower low on this 5-minute candle. So this line that we drew in here, that one is a little bit beyond the expiry now. But if we were to match it something with along the time that it took to travel up to the middle point, then we would move this a little bit more over here to match something along the amount of time that it took. So it took from that pivot up to here, that was 21, 22 bars. So now if we measure from this pivot and we take another 20 bars, it would actually put us over here. So we could just move this over a little and that would match it to somewhere along the lines of the time that it took to get up. We're seeing a 3-bar reversal headed in the wrong direction now, which might make this pattern fall apart. That was all shaping up super well there. Right until that bar. And that is breaking this pattern apart right now. Man, that was shaping up so well. All through there was shaping up perfectly. Even the A+ setups fall apart. So now if this runs up, I can't do much because I've got in too much position size to be adding to the position if it runs up. So it's going to be a real waiting game if this runs up, because I'm still going to hold the shorts for a little while. But it looks like we're going to be in for a lot more time than expected now. I mean, it is technically still just all consolidation. It had a really good pattern, super good pattern. And now that's falling apart. And a strong close to the upside now. Completely the opposite of where we were headed. And we've even made a higher high past that one. That high. So we could and probably should expect to see a leg higher following that candle. So we've got a run up now on the 1 minute chart, then a pullback, and it's setting up perfectly to run higher. Run up, pullback. It's got all the freedom to go and run up now. So we should expect it to go upward. Okay, it's then the new hour, which usually brings the volatility. So I need to be careful if this is going to run up. I may have to lighten up real quick. Because I got in heavy earlier. I may need to quickly take a loss and then reallocate up higher if it's going to run up. That's just what I'm watching for right now. Just taking some of that position off now, as it looks like it's going to break up. Hopefully it won't just keep running up, and I can reallocate the position at a higher point, and then those bears should come back in at some point. They should. Okay, we got the 3-bar reversal coming back in favor now. I'm going to see if I can potentially add that position back in. I'm currently just looking at the market price did try to break out and it has come back in, and we're starting to make some minutes, some time closing back below that breakout point. So it is starting to bring the favor back in the downside again. So if it starts to run down, I can just let it sit because the position is heavy, or I could add that chunk back in that I took out, just depending on how it goes. I want to see that there's more follow through back down here before I add anything back in. But the longer the time we spend over here, even grinding up a little, eventually the bears get their turn to come back. Time will tell. In general, that's just a general sense. It could just also run up. Okay, we can see another attempt, the bears to start coming back in again. I'm expecting that they should have a good opportunity for a good sized down leg. When they come back, they should come back pretty strong. And we haven't had that big bear leg come in yet to follow last night's pressure. We just haven't had it yet, but there should be one at some point. I think we're anchoring in for it pretty good at the moment. It's been a little bit nerve-wracking seeing it build to the upside multiple times, but it's had its chance to have a good up leg and it hasn't taken it yet. That time that it can't do it is starting to lean more towards the bears again. So just trying to be patient, not oversized to where I'm going to lose if this thing runs up another 20 pips, because it might. If it does, I should be able to survive it still. So just hoping that those bears come back in the next few minutes. So now you can see as this market's making its turn back, I'm just slowly starting to add that position back in that I had taken off earlier to try and just slowly put it back in as the market's starting to come back in favor. This is exactly what I didn't want to happen. Somebody must be saying something again. Drafting protocol with Amman for Hormuz Strait traffic. Call with Amman for Hormuz Strait. It is another Iran news event. Not really sure what that means or even how the market's going to take it. But I could sure use a big whipsaw right here. Okay, the 37 pip run up, followed by a 20 pip run backward down. There's a chance that this could come back. Definitely not encouraging. Let's see if I can hopefully play this to the right side. I don't know if it's picking a side here. Okay, we're bouncing right on that 62 level of the initial spike. This is what I'm looking at right now. I'm going to put this right in there. So we're bouncing right off that 62. We've come back over halfway. Generally, when this happens, we actually get a full retracement. So I'm going to hold these upper positions and just see if we get that. If this just starts going up and holding up, I think we're like, I'm going to have to take a stop out again. And it could be switching direction, but I don't know if that news is going to change. I don't know if that's a catalyst to swing everything around. Like my gut says that that's not a catalyst. It's definitely an excitement news event, but I got a feeling this is going to come back now because of what it's just done in the past few minutes. Definitely does not feel good considering the losses I've taken in this account. Man, the fear and discouragement is definitely setting in. Man, it's building back up. Okay, just bumped back into that 50 level again. This time it's coming at it with a little bit of a shorter distance to get there. Okay, we're building a solid wedging pattern now as well. Very structured wedge. So in a few minutes, it likely is going to break out of that one way or the other. And I'm just hoping, all I can do really is just hope that it comes back my way. The market is starting to break that trend, that wedge to the downside. So at the moment, I'm going to just hold it. Just take that signal and hopefully that does me good. Okay. Now we're building this little ledge. This little excitement is just really minor. But I mean, I don't know. I'm just gonna stick with my guns and say that. I mean, technically my trade, I run till I hit 2% drawdown, which was at that first stop loss. If I hit that, the trade's done, and I've now taken another dent into my account. Well, now that it's breaking back to the upside, I'm gonna take that profit, that one, and take off a loss. Just start trying to wobble out of it. Oh man, what a rough couple days. I'm going to take profit off and just play the slower game. I'll take it off manually. Kind of like I did with that profit up there. Like I'll go off of the signals I'm getting as to whether I'm going to take profits or try and hold them. The energy is really fading off now, and if we get it to start coming back, I think whatever way it goes, I think most people are starting to leave the market, and so what's going to happen probably is we'll get a directional move one way or the other, where there's not the up and down volatility. We just probably will start to see a directional drift. So I think I'm just going to still try and hold some of this position for the downside and hope that the sentiment from last night comes and kicks back in. Okay, guys, I think it's been a long session now, and I'm having connection issues, so I'm going to probably just stop presenting and narrating what's going on. I'm going to let this still play out. I'll still keep working it, but I think I'm just going to just turn my screen and my sound off for now. And if I can say something later as it either goes up or down, maybe I will, but I'm just going to pull it out for now. So I'll come back to conclude this in a little while.
and what it says about God. But if not, then pagan literature is essentially on the same level. And trust me, you don't want to go there. Claim it's unique theologically in what it says about God. But if not, then pagan literature is essentially on the same level. And trust me, you don't want to go there. The Old Testament shares terms and ideas with the ancient Near Eastern pagans. The Old Testament shares terms and ideas because we have a scientific worldview. That's why. They didn't. They were serious. No ancient person ever scaled a mountain. Do you realize that? Like the tall mountains? Because it takes oxygen, they'd freeze, all this kind of special equipment. There's no record that any of them ever did it. Okay, it wasn't until the 15th century that we have, the whole issue resolved of can you sail this way and come out the other? The whole idea about the Earth being a globe and all that kind of stuff, that was debated up into the 15th century. We look at that and go, oh, it's just poetic. It is to us. But what I'm going to say is, again, back to my introduction, if you take it literally, you have to give them the benefit of the doubt. They were serious about it. All these concepts and even some of the terms are part of ancient Near Eastern cosmology. In other words, what I'll show you tonight, the division of the world, what the world looks like in Israelite cosmology, you can find the same descriptions anywhere else. Egypt, Mesopotamia, ancient Syria, the Hittites, whatever. Because this was a common worldview. Now, if we say that Israel knew better, through special divine revelation, then we have a problem. Then we have to say that the literature of the pagans, somehow they knew too. Did God speak to them? Where'd they get that information? I really don't want pagan literature to be in any way even looking inspired. Okay, that opens a real can of worms for inspiration. It's just ground we need to stay away from, and for good reason. It's legitimate to stay away from it. If we let the Bible be what it is, though, we can claim it's unique theologically in what it says about God. But if not, then pagan literature is essentially on the same level. And trust me, you don't want to go there. You want it to be unique. Let's get into it here. Exodus 24. Israelite cosmology has 3 tiers. This is the Ten Commandments passage. You shall not make for yourself a carved image or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. 3 levels. New Testament is the same. Philippians 2:8, verse 10. So that at the name of Jesus every knee should bow in heaven and on earth and under the earth. What, like the worms? No. We're going to see what they were thinking here. Revelation 5, heaven, earth, under the earth. It's a 3-tiered cosmology. This is what it would look like. This is a 3-tiered cosmology. There's God. We're going to see it in the verses I'll show you that God lives above the vault of heaven, the firmament. And in the firmament you have windows and doors. And you have the earth. We're going to see verses that talk about the ends of the round, flat earth here. Underneath is Sheol. Sheol can be both the grave, and it can also be the underworld. Okay, it's not quite hell, but it's sort of like hell. We can talk a little bit about it. And then underneath that, we have the great deep. These are all scriptural terms that are on this map. This is what an Israelite, an Egyptian would have had different terms, but the same 3-tiered level. Same with the Mesopotamians. Now, they have dramatically different views of what's going on here. Not just who made it, but what's going on. Views of afterlife, the value of humanity. It's dramatically different. And I've made the comment before, Genesis is about theological messaging. And there are some dramatic differences in what Israel is saying, the Bible is saying, and anything else. So let's take a look at the parts. Waters above and below the heavens. Genesis 1:6, God said, let there be an expanse. Some translations have firmament. It's rakiah in Hebrew. In the midst of the waters. and let it separate the waters from the waters. And God made the expanse, the Rechiach, and separated the waters that were under the expanse from the waters that were above the expanse. And it was so. And what was that expanse called? Heaven. The heavens, the sky, Shemayim in Hebrew. So you have here the sky. Okay, and you have waters above the sky, and of course you've got waters below down here, but then you have the atmospheric heavens as well. Psalm 148 mentions the waters that are above the heavens. That's after the flood. Did you catch that? Because a lot of people want to say, oh, the waters above, they went away with the flood. See, the firmament was this canopy thing, and it was there, and then the flood, it just went away. And no, it wasn't. According to the psalmist, he's still referring to it. Proverbs 8, when he established the heavens, I was there. When he drew a circle on the face of the deep. Isn't that interesting? We'll get to that. Circle on the face of the deep. When he made firm the skies above. Made firm is amatz in Hebrew. It is the same verb for letting a tree grow firm, hard. Ancient cosmology across the board believed that the sky was this dome over the earth, and it was solid. Kind of like the Truman Show. Okay? They believed that the stars were affixed to it. Some of the stars never moved, but other ones did. And the ones that did, this is why the word stars is attributed to the sons of God and to angels in biblical literature. They believed that the stars were animate beings, that they were really divine beings, and then they'd come to earth as angels, but they lived up there. And those were the ones that moved. Why? Because movement shows what? If something moves, it's alive. Okay? Again, they can't take a rocket and go up and check it out. They believe that this is there's a solid expanse over them. Another passage. Job 37, verse 18. Can you, like him, speaking of Job, drawing the dramatically poor comparison of God and Job, of course we know who's going to win there, but can you, like him, spread out the skies hard, kazakh, hard as cast metal, mutsak, as a metal mirror. Mutsak is the same word used in the casting of the laver, the tabernacle where they would wash. It's solid. It's also the same terminology used for flint rock. Again, these passages point to the belief that there's a dome, the sky's a dome, and it's solid. And God lives above it, we live below it. Job 22. But you say, what does God know? Can he judge through the deep darkness? Thick clouds veil him so that he does not see, and he walks on the vault of heaven. That's where God lives. It's his address. And before we think, oh, that's quaint, how cute. We think that, don't we? If a little child would ask you, where does God live? Up there. Is there something wrong with that answer? I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Use it,
Spiritual significance of the firmament as it appears throughout biblical literature, from Genesis to Revelation.
used with, but it means an expanse. And it's translated a number of different ways in the English Bible. Specifically, in the King James, it's translated as firmament 17 times, as spread out 5 times, as in the book of Job, chapter 37, verse 18, where it talks about how God spread out the sky. It's used once to mean stretched out, twice as in making something, such as plates, and once as a beaten work, meaning they're beating out something. And twice it's translated as the word. Help us understand what it is. And I don't believe at all that it refers to something that looks like this, or that it in any way necessitates a flat earth understanding. Basically, when God created the firmament to divide the waters below from the waters above, I believe it's referring to the creation. And so the Hebrew letter dalet. Dalet is the word for door. I knew this. Or for instance, the Hebrew letter bet. The Hebrew letter bet is the word for house, as in Bethlehem. Bethlehem. Now, when it comes to God's name, I know there's a lot of different conspiracy theories and opinions out there about how God's name is to be pronounced. I did a video on that, but just know that the vowels, the vowel points that we have today to help us to understand the pronunciation, they're non-existent in the original Hebrew manuscripts. And regarding God's name, the Jewish people oftentimes would not voice or try to pronounce his name. Instead, they would say Hashem, the name, or they would say Adonai, the Lord. Because of my involvement in Jewish ministry for years, that's my practice. That's how I've come to do it. And I don't think there's anything wrong with reading Adonai or Hashem. Scholars might say Yahweh or Yehovah, but that's not the focus of this video. The focus of this video is the letters in God's name and the meaning behind these letters. Stick with me. This will really blow your mind. And if you don't believe me, look it up and you'll see that this is true. And so one of the things that I knew as far as the letters in Hebrew and the names of those letters and the words that they mean, in Hebrew, the word for hand is yad. If you were going to say hands, you would say yadayim. Or if you were going to say eye, the Hebrew word for eye is also corresponding to the Hebrew letter ayin. And so a pair of eyes, einayim. And so these different letters, the names of these letters correspond to a real word. Eye, door, house. Okay? The Hebrew word for hand is yad. Now, oftentimes these words will have varying pronunciations in how they are said or pronounced in different contexts. Like, for instance, I mentioned the word house. The word house by itself is bait, but the construct form, house of, is bet. And so we have bait, house, bet, house of, as in Bethlehem, house of bread. And so we have this Hebrew letter here, the letter Yud. Some would say Yod, they would pronounce it differently, okay? But this letter, just like the word ayin corresponds to an eye, the letter Yud corresponds to hand. Like I said, in modern Hebrew we would pronounce it yad, okay, but that's hand. That's the first letter in the 4-letter name of God. And in Hebrew we read it from right to left. Now, one of the other letters in God's name, I knew what it meant, and we'll get to that in a minute. But the next letter that we look at, the letter Hey, this is the part that blew my mind. This is the part that I didn't know until I looked it up and my mind was blown. The letter Hey corresponds to the idea of look or behold. Look or behold. Also, one of the things I want you to understand is that in biblical Hebrew, we don't have a structure like we do in English where it's subject, verb, object. Like the man built the house. In Hebrew, those different things, the subject, the verb, and the object can all be jumbled up all over the place. Sometimes the verb doesn't appear to the end. It's just how biblical Hebrew works. But here we have hand, behold, or see. Okay? And the amazing thing is, this is God's name. I don't usually focus on these individual letters and the meanings behind them, but I think this is significant. Hand, behold. Now, this is the other letter that I knew what it meant, but I didn't put two and two together regarding God's name until recently. The letter Vav. Vav is the Hebrew word for nail. You can look it up. That's what it means. The Hebrew letter Vav. The word for nail is Vav. And then once again we have the letter He. So God's name, Yud, He, Vav, He. Those letters stand for hand, see, or behold, nail, behold. If we were to understand this in our English way of verb structure, we might say something like, behold the hand, behold the nail. Now this would be, I don't want to say insignificant, it wouldn't matter so much as the fact that we are dealing with God's name. This is incredible. This is the name of the God of Israel, and this is what it stands for. Now, God's name comes from, and the structure of his name comes from the verb to be, haya. He's the self-existent one, okay? I am, I was, and I will be. Okay? And so that's what God's name comes from and means in its totality. But if we strip it down to the individual letters, this is what it means. It's amazing that when Jesus, Yeshua, was confronted by those that were rejecting his messiahship, he said, I and my Father are one. Jesus is the God of Israel in a human body. He's the Son of God. He told Philip, when
you.